Hi there, this is Wright, and you're watching my playthrough of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. If you like what you see, consider liking and commenting on this video. Also hit that subscribe button if you want to be the latest to find out what happens next. Anyways, don't want to keep you waiting, please enjoy. Hello, this is Wright, Gaming Lawyer Service. We're once again back with another stream of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I really hope this is the final stream, final session of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. New night!
Congratulations, you're the first.
You should be sleeping! It's early in the morning for you. Bloody hell. Go to sleep, alright? It's okay. Congratulations for being first. Okay. Sure is. It is. But anyways, let's not dilly-dally any further. I didn't get a lot of rest after I stopped earlier. More like I just ate. I had dinner and kind of psyching myself to do this, however long it is. I saw that it might also take at the very least 4 hours. Oh my goodness, or more than that. So yeah, without further ado, let's do this. Hey Cedra, hello, welcome to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney stream. Let's just not dilly-dally, alright? Just straight go do this. We don't really have a lot of time before, I don't know, either I lose my voice, I lose consciousness. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. This is just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Doc convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean? What happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Doc's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Well, after the review, I kind of guessed it. That's the reason. What her sister meant by drastic measures. She probably put her sister in a dangerous situation in order to get evidence. Maybe. But we'll have to check it out. What do you mean by that? It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Duck tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can't see it, I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Doc stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence. Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Doc knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. It's understandable. On the contrary, fun fact is, if you can't testify in court, you can make a affidavit, a sworn statement, instead of going to court and say all the stuff. That's usually the case if it's for some reason you can't go to the trial to testify by your own self. Plenty of reasons, health reasons, danger reasons, risks, all that stuff. So yeah, even if you can't say it out, it has no problem in an actual legal system. Especially if a person is a minor as well. When it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator. Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? It's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Right, let's go. Talk to Lana. February 24th, Detention Center. Visitor's room. Hey, Lana. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh. About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Yes, that's why, you know? I'm Mr. Wright. I have to be right. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, wasn't it? I believe in you, Alana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Literally, I sold it to the devil. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means that investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even have the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Duck was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Doc. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Doc that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Doc must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Doc. Okay. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. That doesn't look like the flashback that Emma saw, you know. If we were to, how do you say, rely on that flashback, the stabbing should be in front of Neil Marshall instead of at the back. So that's pretty sus. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through what must have gone through. After that, I placed Doc under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. Why are you sick? Oh, excuse me. There's no way everyone was involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case, this might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at this chief office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, nice talking with you, Lana. I have to chow now. February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem quite quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems The same thought. Seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Okay. Entrance. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Hey, I thought you got arrested. How are you still out and about? Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know when life leads you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Prison? Jail? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a later interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. We all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Yep. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Duck's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does it mean? What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not a murder weapon. However, in a report that was finally submitted, that possibly had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I think he had both. Unfortunately, Marshall, Jake Marshall, he had both. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. Why you look at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, it wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was a thunder. Can't believe I've been 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Who stole the evidence then? I don't think it's Goodman. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second-in-command Lana Sky. There was a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. A case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, a new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Ashworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Gloop, 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 gloop. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. Goodbye! Now, where do I go from here? I'm guessing I can't go to the chief's office. Maybe I should go to the underground parking lot and to Miles Edgeworth, maybe. February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. It must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. How about here? Are you here? Miles. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Ashworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we just have to come back later. Alright then. Where is everybody? Let me go back to the police department. And criminal affairs department. Oh! Someone here now. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. It must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Oh wait, that's oh no, so that's the chief of detectives, not chief of the police. But thanks, wow, he actually talked to us. We're the chief of prosecutor, saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Ashworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on there, Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office. Yep, let's just go there. Okay, this looks ominous. Really ominous. February 24th, the Police Department Chief's office. So that's where his theme songs come from. He made his own theme song in his room with his pipe organs. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. It's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until... Oops. Oof. No, just stick to your scientific stuff, Emma. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Hey. That looks really sus. The trophy. Where is... Is there space for... Oh! Wait. Am I just being crazy? But yes, apparently there's a space for a sword to be slotted in there. Alright. They are very thorough, detailed at least. It's like, yep. That's a picture of me, Neil, and Lana. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. And that pot thing. We found that pot thing actually as well. Broken pot over here. Which there were blood. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Gant team picture added to the court record. Are you gonna say anything? Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go to get out together. They won't let. I don't want you to, snoop around, find incriminating evidence about me. Anyways, move on. Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate anymore. Really, no need at all. No need. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now, hurry and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. Get lost. Go away. Don't come back ever again. Or I'll kill you. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet. After all... What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside Chief's office. How? Anyone can tell me how? Maybe someone that is a detective? February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, just the detective I'm looking for. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Oof. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh no, you've been demoted even more. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. I falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Right, do you know how to get into Chief's office? Edgeworth's crisis. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go have a lunch against that battery. Yes, sir. You're going to take me back to that church sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. I don't think Mr. Edgeworth cracks easily. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I'm going to be conveniently forget about what murder weapon it is. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written down there in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Alright. Let's jog your memory with the murder weapon. Oops. Jog your memory. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it, with label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker. and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. I don't think Detective has a goldfish memory.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to the serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed man that witnessed the accident, and he killed lady who saw the second crime. Oops, I missed that. Sorry. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Okay, seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in?
Yes. But in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
I feel like... Yes, there's no evidence, but if he's confessing... There shouldn't be a problem, right? If he tells you specifically how and when and exactly, all the specific details in how he did all his stuff, there shouldn't be a problem corroborating the circumstantial evidences with his statements. Even if there's no direct, decisive evidence, like a direct witness, a picture, a video, or anything like that. The only thing that is concerned with the court, is to prove a case without a shadow of a doubt, right? As long as you are able to hit that criteria, you can have a case that is just full of circumstantial evidence that points towards a person being a murderer. I think I mentioned this case before. It's still stuck in my memory for some time. It's a case basically where there was this few people who went to a sort of like a boat trip on a vacation, a tourist spot or something like that, and they were going to be diving into the ocean or something. But one of the people who went, as a tourist, they died, and it was because their oxygen tank was cut off or something like that. And they only had circumstantial evidence to point out that this person is the only one who could have done it, maybe by proximity, sitting beside the person or swimming together with that person and all that. But yeah, later they found the body and the oxygen tank was cut off intentionally, so no one other than that person could have done it, and that's how they got that person convicted, sentenced to a guilty verdict. So yeah, you can definitely, get someone convicted with just circumstantial evidence. Anyways, moving on.
Prosecutor Marshall. A crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
Also, again, the circumstantial evidence of Joe Dark killing someone in the police department, no one else could have done it, but only him. There wouldn't be any argument as in, because we don't have someone directly seeing him committing a murder, then he gets out scot-free. No, definitely not that. That's not how things work. It would be too ridiculous. Like, as long as you commit some sort of criminal offense, and no one sees you, and there's only circumstantial evidence, maybe like indicating that you are the only person that they might kill that person. But of course, in Ace Attorney's world, that is not enough. That last witness, aka Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Stabbing the guy died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. His broken tip was found in the victim's body.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card could unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that could make him change his mind. Do we have something like that?
Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba.
I have no idea. Do we have something like that? Not. Yeah, probably not. Let's move away from here. See where is anyone I can talk to. Picture? You want to see the picture? Alright. No picture for you. Right, don't want to waste time. I'm really on the time crunch right now. I'm just going to check this out. Okay, we have to go to find. Supposed to go find Miles Edgeworth, apparently. go. February 24th. Hi. Oh, thank you for the follow. Maybe? Is that how I pronounce your name? Thank you. Welcome to the stream. You enjoy stay here. February 24th. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What? What are you doing here? I'm writing a love letter. Not to you. No. You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor? Tough day in court, huh? Yeah, that's just how it's pronounced. Remove the first... It's... Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know what you mean. I've had to leave the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Ashworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Ashworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. For me. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Let me look at that trash, the thing you just threw away. I wonder what he was writing for. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. How's it going? Is that ever gun you out of window there? Oh no, it's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... Rapping? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. What? You just... Okay. So that is how Edgeworth's signature is like? Okay. Oh, I can use it. I can use it. Do I have to talk to you? Alright, we'll have a chat. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. It's what it all breaks down to. Nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was all falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought the case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of that investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. Oh, I should present it to you then. Okay. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finish up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, did he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. And that's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Doesn't sound sus at all. Right, let's show you the picture. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. You're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Alright. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? I think I know what you're talking about. Me? Oh, sure. Well, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Yeah, the spear that can pierce anything and a shield that can block anything. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. But I don't think that's the reason. Let me just, look this up. I'm not even sure if this is correct. Oh yeah, I guess it is. It is correct. I guess it is based on that. Let me Mao Dun. But then Mao Dun is not exactly contradiction. It kind of also can be used to describe someone as being contradictory, being not consistent. Yeah. But describing some sort of a object, some sort of a statement or history or anything like that doesn't really, the word contradiction that in Chinese, I don't think it's correct. I don't know. my Chinese is really, really rusty. Anyways, moving on. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's item. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it is in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Ashworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant? Very sus. Alright. Thank you for telling me about that. Now I'll have... Ooh. Someone is going to talk to me over here. February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, Underground Parking Lot. Excuse me. Oh, it's Angel Star. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. I'm sorry? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with the knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred to Alana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. I guess I have stuff to talk about with you, I guess. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough what happened. After that case, all of us saved Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office, and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing is quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She's being used.
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant lead the investigation with Lana Sky in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence,
you mean? Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was fooled, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall, when Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would never have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Mr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could try and control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know. One thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Right, goodbye, thank you. Nice talking to you. Let me go to the police department and talk to Gumshoe. Is Gumshoe still here? February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. Keeping my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene, the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
We definitely have. But let me drink some water before we go on.
Alright, let's do this. Hey, look at this one.
What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgewood can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective!
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If someone found out, they won't let you off the hook with not a lost item report. Even though we have to make sure he let us in the chief's room. Now he's like, oh no, you don't have to give us. No. This is like, man, very manipulative.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edward. Depending on how this case turns out, I might already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edward's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Alright, Gumshoe's ID. Can I actually look at what his number is?
No, you won't let me see your number.
Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got a narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Okay. Let's go. Chief's office. February 24th, Police Department. Chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Beep, 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 beep. Ba, 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 ba. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Grrr. He got slapped again. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Oh, wait, what? Alright.
Hey, don't do that to my card.
Yeah. Why did we do that?
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. I figured I have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if you're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I got a bad feeling about this. Oops, sorry. The table right here. No, here table. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Oh, it's a 9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what.
No, about evidence lists. Normally they are twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of this list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. This part is all I've got. Can I look at this list?
Oh, what is this?
I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. I know what this is about now. I think I know. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh. No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Alright then. Very sus thing. I've got the very sus thing now. What about this safe? This is a safe, isn't it?
Save. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. And we know how to do it, right? Right? A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do I? We'll try.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I'm right? Oh, I'm right. Oh, I'm such a genius. Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, that's why we opened it, right?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Get, let me have some.
Look, it's a
shot from a broken car.
This somehow looks familiar. I have seen this before. There's something else in here too. Handprint. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth, which we can spray. Oh no, not spray. Aluminum stuff. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shot from a cop.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. Oh, is my neck on the line here?
Great. Now I have to prove the relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Uh-huh. We can definitely show something, maybe. Question is it how we do things? Detective Gumshoe, could you just have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic, and it's only just been yesterday. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident stick on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Monkey brain activated. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Some of the fragments. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what your crookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some clue. If I can piece this gag again, it will prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Okay, this one piece. Combine. There, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But
hey guys, get a load of this.
Why is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this inside safe?
Let me go and do this as well. Because I think there's something inside. Nope. Alright, I didn't think that game was that smart. Oh wells. Investigate? I don't know. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but here there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line. That is odd. And it seems like going to be... is it going to spell something? Thus looks like it's trying to spell something, but what is it? We'll figure it out. I think we should also present this. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town, jeez. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Oh?
Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, yeah. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the print, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom?
I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I feel like this is the most clearest one, maybe. Dust, 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 blow. Dust, blow. Blow. And nope. Nope. Emma Sky. Match found. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were there? Were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Alright. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something. But what? As Emma Sky's prints. Bom, 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 bom. Let me just investigate this one. This is a handprint, right? Yeah, someone left it behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. Miss Wright, think about it scientifically. Huh? A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always sleep on floors in school after they are waxed. Alright. Not really useful information. Can we talk to you then? The desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's what I was waiting for, Lana. And that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at that time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No everyone except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. I'm gonna do this as well. Gonna start spraying stuff. Spray, spray, spray. Spray, spray, spray. Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything. Oh, floor. There's something on the floor. Wow, this area must have been covered in blood. This is from the incident. Must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Okay. Anywhere else that might be sus? Okay, nothing sus. Blood, 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 no blood. I'm going to check the walkthrough as well. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm missing something. What is it that I'm missing? Talking to Gumshoe? Okay. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? This is one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... you would be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit now. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go in. So sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. The guy that is totally not sus at all. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Hey, Bear. Jake, back from work. Hope you have a nice day so far. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. We are finishing Ace Attorney. Hopefully. Not hopefully. Definitely. Guaranteed. Even if I'm going to lose sleep because of this, I'm going to finish it. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You, with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Oh, that's right. Can he do that? I don't think he can force me to do that. Or force anyone to stay or leave. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking there like that, did you? Don't push yourself too hard. Oh, fine, it's fine, it's fine. That's what I want to do. I want to do it. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. And I'm back to the detention center. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I'm gonna show you this. Oh. Okay. Showing evidence is not going to be... I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. Only 16 today, everything hard today, lots of work and problems, but sometimes with streams of friends will make stuff better. Oof. How do you say this? You have worked pretty late, so I hope you are able to get a lot of rest. You know, just relax, you know, have good food, good rest, good drinks, and watch all the streams that you ever want, alright? Just don't think about anything and just rest. And if you're tired and have to sleep, go to sleep, alright? Anyhow, let's continue. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Take that! Well, Miss Guy. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you. Also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you will need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Bom, bom, bom. Bom, 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 bom. This one? I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's order, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Calm now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Sorry. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dock's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... How did you play Miles... Did you ever play Miles Edgeworth Investigations 2 before? Because we know no official German translation. Someone told me a way to do it. So if we ever reach towards the Miles Edgeworth spin-off, we'll start playing that one. But there is a lot of games to go through. So it's going to be some time before we go there. Right. The way I'm going to be going through Ace Attorney games is probably chronologically. So depends when it happened. When did Miles Edgeworth investigation happen? During all the games. So yeah. She saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? I mean, I have the fan translation. Why did you need to hide Dock's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dock case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't even ever want it to be open again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dock's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dock's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, and I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You ask Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh,
You mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
so your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? It's all your fault!
Man, even if you didn't kill anyone, Lana, you made a lot of mess. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. You've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
To be continued! Let the trial begin. Yep, there's trial former and there's the trial letter. Oops. Let's do this. Let's fight in court.
Let me drink some water first. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... Who's saying this? Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Miles Ashworth.
Ashworth? Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is. That is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Okay. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Archie. Been back into the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Yes, we're going to be fighting our own client. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your service. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears that no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Birdie.
I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Ashworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. Exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy.
However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name or occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. And I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Miss Ashworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesterday year has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running and then took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and he stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Are you sure? It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Miss Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
2 years ago? I was waiting in the office. Let's just press everything. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. They were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief
Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after dark.
When Doc grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Doc. Just then, lights went out.
The lights? Where?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. And it suddenly flashed left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more? So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Miss Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not lost, it's with me.
Objection!
Sorry to shout at you, Emma. Mr. Ashworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, I stole this.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it. Oh, what's this?
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear that Miss Ashworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Ashworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What?
Order, order. But Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you all right, Miss Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
Okay. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, it's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let me see. What is this sound that I'm making?
Is something wrong?
Do we even have to ask? Why didn't I flip the thing to look at the behind? Ever. Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Okay. Let me look at the list though, regardless. I guess. Is it important? Maybe the symbol is not important, but the black outline above there is as well. Guess does form a picture.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see was shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Alright, I'm sorry. Flash of lightning. I feared that I must fainted. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my theory.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Well... That's strange. She claims that is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Well, I'm going to be presenting this. Nope, that's not it. Not it. Not it. Okay, what is the thing then? The SNL knife tip was in the wound. How about this one? Yeah, if the knife is not the one, what about the autopsy? I'm gonna look at the walkthrough. Just, you know, don't want to waste anyone's time. Yep, apparently it is that. Bloody hell. Pop, pop, pop. Objection! Wrong evidence, but I was close. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you would simply point out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Duggs was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Oh, what's the meaning of this?
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
Objection!
Okay. keep interrupting the judge. See what happens in the actual court. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Ashworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the rest ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dugg along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dugg fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dugg. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dog's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright,
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. This picture, I guess. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of this award ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Ashworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding.
that's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dog's knife. That being the case, the knife was the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe, the dark he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness!
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list, the one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First, the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. It should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its... Oh,
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Louder.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
We can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. Defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. And I think I know what's the truth.
When I saw that man raise his knife,
I panic and rush through it, both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous?
what else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Doc was the one holding the knife. As we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
Hold it!
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening, in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Hold it!
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And it was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion?
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Hold it!
His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with his winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I might know. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she suddenly she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that a witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
I think it's this one.
Take that!
Yeah. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
Yes. What exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
We've got to show. Like this. Man, it's so hard to rotate. Let me see. Okay. Okay, rotate. Then like this. Looks like it.
Take that!
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be.
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Miss Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location, the murder weapon. I would say the location. Allow me to take this in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Demon Gant.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of this room, in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murder moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would happen? What would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp, dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, You would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Miss Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh my goodness.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Oof. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What?
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved the prosecutor's Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what happened. But what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth, no matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Take that!
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but now notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So, what you're saying is these dots one's lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these dot points. The victim message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe this blood stains will reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay. Right. Wait. Undo. Yep. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye.
See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Duck was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Duck really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we are defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, The responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on in the prosecutor's office? You might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! 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 Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
To be continued.
We will definitely continue.
Continue we shall.
We just prove a innocent girl. Not innocent. We just prove a little girl of murder. All right. Continue. February 25th, 12:06. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To talk about you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least still study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. It's a book, but it only explains 2 rules of the evidence law. Let me read through this. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Alright, let me just hydrate before we continue.
Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Ever Sky found out she wittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Boom, 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 boom. February 25th, 1252, District Court number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Ashworth, may have,
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. Defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defense partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the green face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sisters murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons in its disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course. Such an action carries with it certain risks.
But don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that what? Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. That's very vague. Can you give me some clue? I'm just gonna press everything. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say we got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got a shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart though.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor.
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls,
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at a witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at a court record.
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence is ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. It can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. I'm going to say it's this segment and this, maybe, but I'm not certain, so I have to check. Yep.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in forgery.
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of watching evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wrighto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have talented them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene would help me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You don't understand. I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you will make the same mistakes again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Archie, in return, though. I know. That place, right?
Huh? What is this guy's telepathic? How old are they? Can't prove though when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Do I not know that? evidence, piece of cloth, evidence list. Final fragment found in chance. Let me just press. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act would necessarily constitute forgery.
Objection!
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery.
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Hold it!
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It appeared not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have been suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Objection!
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know. Calm now, Righto. Think about it.
I know maybe this one? Gant team picture? Maybe. Bom, 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 bom. No, I have to press further apparently. Fifth. Okay. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
ho, 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 ho. Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Gah! Be careful when pointing at finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, and you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There is out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
Okay.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. We don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people, as I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he help someone out?
Yes,
why not accomplice? True. You might not have helped. You might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would be and benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
And, Judge,
Oh wait, you must mean puppet, as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. It's almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
I really just now noticed that the judge keeps saying,
"What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?"
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? 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 What do you mean? Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. It's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Miss Edgewood said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That a chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
I'm thinking maybe it's this piece of cloth, which we haven't presented yet. The evidence list, not sure. Either a evidence list or it's a piece of cloth. Everything else doesn't seem to be relevant. Doesn't really tie to Chief Gant. So yeah, it's either that. So I'm gonna check. Oh, okay. I was totally wrong. But that is so not okay. Well, all right. It's this one apparently. I mean, yes. Tied to the murder. I guess it does. It's the best thing to tie towards the chief of police. So, all right.
Take that!
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list who couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, we're starting to see him crack.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, not Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant at the day of the crime.
I'm going to say it's It's this. Oh man, I only, remembered this. Can only be submitted to Chief of Crown Police. It's this one.
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. You would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if you found it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh,
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done...
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Well, nice catch.
No!
Oh, it's finally blowing up.
Chief Gant, you did.
The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you'll have all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was just useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
Take that!
Yep, it's the blue badger again. Well,
I see. Maybe I'll use this later to move your dead body, Mr. Wright.
Huh? No, it's not. Oops. Alright. No, it's not that. Okay. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but okay. Where, what? What evidence? I mean, to move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. I mean, the car, so, but that, yeah, the next possible, most logical thing is the car. But what evidence is relevant to that one? I don't think it's the unstable jar. Right. My guess is the car, but that's... What is it? Oh, okay. Man, it's so... okay then. There, alright. The parking stop or the screwdriver. I'm gonna say... Do I have a screwdriver? Yeah, apparently I do have the screwdriver.
Take that!
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body, with a screwdriver.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does it have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Sa took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please, say something. I know you did do it. Please, I beg you.
I believe... Your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed all Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you'd have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? But this is Emma Sky's prints. Other than that, nothing. I feel like I don't have concrete proof though. Yeah, I have no proof. No proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Archie? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Archie. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Objection!
Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her.
Miss Ashworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Ashworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky.
Take that!
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in an underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This courtroom is now in
Hold on. Huh?
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
It's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this. If you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you would never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Oh boy. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief is something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're out of old moves now. Chief Gant on it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, there is not a right to be casually involved. There certainly needs to be considered.
Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? That's what I'm guessing. Emma. Oh, Emma, you're awake. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I must feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait up?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
To be continued.
No,
I won't stop here. I will just continue on.
I don't think there might be another hour. But okay. Another hour, 2 hours. Oh no. But I'm going on. I'm okay. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Ashworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done this past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
My only motivation was to get Doc convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
So I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright. You've got to say, help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
If she's telling the truth.
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Right.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... did you do so to help your sister? Joe Duck was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did all this by yourself? Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, it was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in a struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planned... Why did you move the body? But why? Why would you do that?
You, of all people, should know, Ashworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My hair isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar, you mean?
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Doc committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at a crime scene, it would be clear what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Doc was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the day of struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
There's contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
I feel like this is the contradiction, and I think the jar would be the evidence to be presented. I'm gonna write this. I'm gonna present this, probably. But I can't be certain, so let's just confirm it through the walkthrough. Yep.
Objection!
Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah!
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar in a message in blood.
I immediately noticed blood traces on the jar.
Yeah, it makes sense. How could he have written the name where if it's not broken? And it's only broken afterwards.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away with the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in the blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Doc was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Jar and message in blood. Right. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
Detective is always prepared, Miss Wright. Even I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
So you illegally arranged the crime scene.
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. It's one final possibility that might turn everything around. So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out.
I'm gonna press this as well. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces ground into dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to raise the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
Right, to be safe, I wipe away the blood. I think you didn't wipe all of it away, unfortunately. So I think the evidence to present is again the unstable jar. Yeah. Yep. If you wiped all of it away, look like there wouldn't be such a large chunk missing, right?
Objection!
Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you are unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In Chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
Well, the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece of and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But crew and the defendant have simply missed a piece.
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Oh, can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant, and the time he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even he was there first. Why do we break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Why are you trying to defend him, though?
No.
Now it's the judge who's breaking down.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hit one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
Why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Doc, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became Chief's puppet. Oof! Ouch! That's gonna hurt, you know. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer any more for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Miss Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies defending other clients.
Foul lies?
Imagine that coming from my own clients.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, may I? Maybe right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. I'll ignore that comment from Emma. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accident killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mrs. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
Okay, what do you have to say? When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Doc were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Hana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Nana.
Nana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check her evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
This? Oh, now I get to do it differently, apparently. Okay. Hey, there's a picture here. Okay, so Hana doesn't want me to learn about... What's that?
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I arranged everything.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be
the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's... alright, so okay, now that makes sense. But then again, was his vest removed? Because it would be obvious that there's a chunk of cloth missing from our victim here. Okay, so other than that, is there anything interesting to find out? I don't think so. A lot of blood. Other than that, nothing else. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it?
That cloth, it had the fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprint those must be the real murderer.
What? Are those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on suit of Venice. Oh! Chief Gant.
Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You're already in decline to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me.
Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do you do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Show it. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, most likely it was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They are Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
Say, I told you it was conclusive.
Objection!
But this was found in your safe. Is it possible you forged it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Objection!
But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer. No. No!
Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts.
Oh no.
Really? Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. It really made you game over. Oh bloody hell, I didn't save. Oh shit. Hello there, Jake. Hope you have a good stream. I am having a good stream. Oh bloody hell, this is so long. Oh no. It actually would kill, totally make me a... Okay. Oh my god. Okay, for those that are watching on VOD, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna pause and then come back to where I... Oh my goodness. Alright, BRB. Alright, we're back. And I just choose to not present the evidence. And this is what's going to be happening. Probably another game over. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie. You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly what I would say. That's right. Why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about? Chief Gant.
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in his history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you'd had a go, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. And when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
What did I tampered with the crime scene? I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
Why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I'm sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't sure I was about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while thwarting the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most illegible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Miss Wright?
So admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. You know, I'm just going to look at the walkthrough so that I don't make a mistake. I think this time I have to show the evidence. Let's just see it. Alright, yeah, show the evidence. There's Ex Machina. Phoenix moment. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho, ho, ho. You're as slow on uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. In a different reality, I screwed up. I effed up. But this time, I'm good. It should be everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Take that!
Emma Sky.
What?
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Ho, ho, ho. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, but you still try to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky,
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have you badged, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I'm gonna say it's the picture because it doesn't look like a piece of cloth. Oh wait. Oh, the evidence law book. Right? Or what? I'm guessing it's the evidence law book. Or Lana's picture. Let me check. Alright, it's Lana's picture, okay. It's not as ridiculous, okay. Good, good.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. A Sir Phoenix can bluff people and would bite. See, where a piece of his vest was cut out.
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. It's only natural. Oh yeah, there's no blood on the cloth. Bloody hell, I'm so dumb. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. I guess, you know, it's possible to raise this argument before, you know, the chief forced me to reveal it, so that there's no way for the chief to wiggle out any way, like saying, oh, you fabricated it. It wasn't me who fabricated it, because he would say something like, it wasn't found from my safe and all that stuff. So yeah, that could be where, you know, we could say, yeah, Emma Sky is not the killer, but we can't pin the forgery on the chief. So yeah, I guess it's logical, but then it wouldn't make Emma Sky guilty or Lana Sky guilty. I don't know. I don't think so. Anyways, however, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on a sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up his unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on a jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally over.
Objection. That was close, Michael. You almost had me. Sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Archie? Earlier, Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Wright-o? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laughs on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Now, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Seems at last. The time for me to review my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did. No, if I admit to it, all my planning would have been for nothing. Okay. Oh no. Ouch. Oh well. I mean, okay then. Okay, that didn't happen.
I admit
I refused at one point.
Aha, so the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean? You couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to this. He lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
Objection!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Our evidence law book. This is so lame. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. Seems like everyone doesn't know about it, though.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. I learned the 2 rules of evidence. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall when it was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who could do that. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Oh my god. Oh my man. I went full crazy, rival.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to investigate the case. He recruited an Angel Star and convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the marshal is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen?
I have no... Okay. Don't think I ever voiced Goodman. This is the first time. Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and he was taking the evidence out. He said,
Again, it's a good man.
"It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. I never thought he'd bring up SL9. But when I saw it, that accursed knife, I couldn't just put it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
And you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move that body. I broke your trunk. What's the big deal?
Man, he is insane.
You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Gah.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, we can make a joke even right now, apparently. How? How could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick up and choose what to take.
So, you left jar fragments and a glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get it my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same.
One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it all alone. Real life Phoenix Pro would make most dough, at least if this kind is Bill Gates.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Archie. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. No, my lunch date.
The bird being criminal state ain't generally a good idea.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Archie. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here, and Worthy here. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Oh, I'm going insane. Oh, I'm so insane.
I love how at rare instances the judge suddenly become way cool. Yeah. When it matters the most, you know, for the judge to make the decisions, for the judge to provide some sort of opinion on the matter, it makes sense. He makes quite a lot of sense. But most of the time he's like, gets bullied, or gets manipulated, gets totally persuaded and all that. But at the end, he always comes through. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done this past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She smiles, so nice. Aw, so wholesome. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Ashworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Because since Felix always right. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of his heavy chains.
The question unanswered. Did Ashworth change his car or drove it despite there used to be a corpse there?
Thinking about Edgeworth, probably he would change his car. Because in this world, prosecutors are, I think, rich to a certain extent. Especially, you know, looking at Edgeworth's office. He definitely earns quite a bit of money, and then of course he eventually becomes much more than that. So yeah, I would say he changed his car because I don't know. I don't think he would feel nostalgic. I don't think he's the kind of guy that is nostalgic with stuff. Anyways, well,
this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Yay! Clap, 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 clap. That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, defendant, lobby. Oh man, we were fighting in court from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is to 7 hours. We've like, at least for me, it's, I got to say that's half of the time. I think we went through that court trial for about 3 to 4 hours. 3 hours, I would say. Yeah, 3 to 4 hours. Oh boy. At long last, it's finally over. I can finally sleep. Oh, Emma. Oh, I forget about it. Why the long face? I'm so sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fei thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days.
You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Nana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I'm interrupting again. Guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? The third time.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell you if you won't. I will tell.
Okay, right.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis.
Gotta happy, have fun?
Alright. Thank you for being here, Rifle. I'll see you next time. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma.
Yes! Wholesome hugging.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth?
Edgeworth.
Stop hiding and come over here.
is he hiding? I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Ashworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Ashworth,
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
Aw. The treasure is really the friendship we made all the way.
You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Yeah. What is this? A pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. This? No. This? No. This? No. This? No. This. Probably this. Right? I think so. I think it's this. Let me see. Evidence list. Okay. Not this. But it's evidence list. I guess.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counter began with this. We had one half of the evidence list. I had the other. The part we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth,
if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now?
Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What do I face now? Is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Man, Edgeworth, why you gotta be so edgy? Oh, wait. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit you soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go tracking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had it wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Oh, we're done. We're finished.
Oh. Oh no, there's no sound. Very. I have no idea why. There should be sound. Hello. Finish the game, eh? Yeah, finish the game. Strange. There's no sound. Hello, ça va bien? We're good. Oh no.
It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily.
Oh no, there was some dialogue I wasn't looking at. Finally finished this game. I can call this finished. I've completed one of my goals as a VTuber. Finishing a... Well, yeah. This is just the beginning, I guess. Finishing a Phoenix Wright game. You know, previously it was a Ace Attorney game, but no. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday, I'm going to make the detective. Yes, sir. And I can be just like that gumshoe. My English do be eating out. Been talking French here now and soft for days. I see. You should come by more often then, Betty. Let's type more in English. Yeah, so definitely will. This is. Oh, now that I'm done, now that I'm finished, I have to say goodbye to this game. Like the final time. Oh boy, it's kind of sad. But it's kind of sad, kind of happy that I finished these. Oh no, the blue badge ran out of battery. Well, rest in peace. Franglish works. We yes, it kind of works, I guess. But yeah, it's an interesting experience, right? When you play a game, at least for me, you know, for someone who can, more dialogue. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with it? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambino back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah, so... yeah, when you think about it, the games that you really, really enjoy, that made you cry, make you happy, make you so feel all sort of exciting emotions, but it all has to end. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. Ara. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. And top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turn about the team. It's a hot cellar around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. So yeah, but you know, the good thing is this series has a lot of games to play, so I don't think I will run out of Ace Attorney games anytime soon from the pace I'm doing this. So yeah.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to. I better be... oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
So this is I think that we don't have a lot of time seeing the chair that the judge sits on. Alright, moonwalking out. Merci beaucoup. So after this, tomorrow, yeah, can't really say this because for the people who watch this video, it would be pretty weird. Oh no, how do
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
But yeah, that game, you're right. Out of 10. You know, talking about this one I just finished, I would say it's not for nostalgic reasons, I would say it's an 8. Right? But yeah, it's between 7 or 8, I would say. Not the best game, but it's an original, it's a classic. It's the first game of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, although it has been remastered, but it's a good game, nonetheless.
Mr. Ashworth, Mr. Ashworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Resignation letter.
Where did the 2 go? The 2 go because of some, I would say, there are some parts of the game that isn't that nice. It's convoluted, more, but it is an issue with Ace Attorney games.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Yep. Oh, alright. I'll open the book. But yeah, I would say bad as in the game, because the first game. A lot of things doesn't make sense in terms of investigation, where you have to go to find clues. A bit too obscure, it's too vague, and the statements you have to present, all that. Oh no! Oh no! Oh bloody hell! I wasted too much time. I didn't open the door. I didn't open the book. Oh wells. Maybe I can see it in the walkthrough or something. No, the walkthrough doesn't show me about it. Ah, bloody hell. I'm not gonna sit there again. Who else? Okay, so that's the first part of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This is a trilogy, so yeah. Not sure when I'll come back to this one again, but probably not too late, because I love this game. You know, regardless of the bad stuff. And I'm going to continue playing, going back to, memory lane, completing the second game, third game, and eventually all the other games as well. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this entire series. If you somehow did that, I really, really appreciate it. And I don't know how to say thanks to such commitment. But yeah, thank you so much. And hope you enjoyed this. And yeah, stay critical. No, not stay critical. Oh my god, I fumbled my lines. Before I say that though, if you like all this content, for those that are watching in the VOD, like, subscribe, comment. As always, it does help. Although I'm not sure if anyone is still watching by this time, but yes. Thank you very much for the stream, Jake. Hope to see you next time. Yes, I'll appreciate everyone is right now on the stream as well, who's been watching with me live. It's good, very good for people to be hanging out with me while I do all these weird voices. Couldn't watch everything. It's fine. So you go to bed now? Yes, I'm going to bed now. It's almost 2 a.m. Yep. So yeah, take care, stay hopeful, but be critical. Okay. Yo, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right.